Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Free Press State of the Union special. I'm Will Rahn, and I'm thrilled to be here with Reihan Salam, president of the Manhattan Institute, free press contributor, and a man who knows American politics better than you know your own spouse.
We're coming to you in the aftermath of a New York blizzard to watch and break down the President's State of the Union address, which should kick off in about an hour. Throughout the night, we'll be joined by an incredible lineup of guests. Joining us tonight are political veterans like former Obama speechwriter David Litt, former Deputy Assistant to President Trump May Mailman, and former presidential candidate Dean Phillips.
Love him. We're also got former Deputy National Security Advisor Elliott Abrams to talk about what the president says on foreign policy. Linguist John McWhorter, one of the smartest people around, to talk about the language of the speech, and publisher of Racket News, Matt Taibbi, on his political agenda. CBS News' Caitlin Huey-Burns will be joining us from the Hill to tell us about the mood on the ground. And that's just the beginning. We've got so much more. But before we get to all that, let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting tonight, Reihan.
Well, honestly, the biggest thing is the economy. The economy is not, we're not in a recession. We're not in a depression. But there's a deep unease that feels very, very widespread. And there's just a general kind of, the plane is losing altitude, a general sense that the president's approval ratings are declining. They don't really have control of the script. And this is one of those rare opportunities to try to reset, try to shake the kaleidoscope and do something different. So that's certainly one thing that's on my mind.
Do you think there's a certain malaise setting in that Trump needs to...
Cardigans might be on the way.
Yeah, turn up those heat.
Well, but
turn
look,
down the heaters.
Well,
that was the thing,
Here's another way to think about it, Will.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court has just slapped President Trump on the wrist.
Yeah.
And he wasn't necessarily expecting that. These are moments when the president sometimes likes to shake things up, do something different. Immigration.
Yes.
This was his big strength. This was his trump card in 2024. And now ICE raids are drawing intense scrutiny at a moment when polling shows nearly 2/3 of Americans believe that ICE has gone too far.
And looming over everything tonight is Iran, whether we're going to strike or not. We have a giant armada off the coast of Iran. What's going to happen there? What's going to happen tonight, potentially? U.S.-Iran talks are expected to take place Thursday in Geneva, involving Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and the Iranian foreign minister. What else do you got top of your mind right now?
Honestly, it really feels like the world could look radically, radically different in the next 48 hours, the next 10 days. So this State of the Union address is going to be watched closely by a ton of people around the world, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I want to say a lot of people kind of make the argument that this speech doesn't matter. It's sort of like outdated. It's archaic. But the truth is that millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans are going to be watching the speech tonight. And these are the most politically engaged Americans that we're talking about. These are the sort of Americans who are going to turn out for November's midterms. And as you pointed out, Trump really doesn't do the whole like canned State of the Union is strong thing. He'll probably say that. But Trump likes wild cards. Trump, for better or worse, is an improviser. Trump is going to probably surprise us in one way or another tonight. And we're going to see how that works out.
This is, as straightforward as I can think of it. It's just there are very few opportunities where you have a set piece to kind of reset the agenda, reset the table, do something new. He's always seizing our attention. He's always seizing the headlines. But this is an opportunity to do it in a more formal way where, frankly, there are speechwriters and advisors who are around the table to help him do that. So that's why I consider this very much worth watching.
Yeah, you assume that just about everybody involved in the White House is going to have some kind of input in the speech, from Chief of Staff Susie Wiles to Stephen Miller to perhaps Jared Kushner, the entire Trump kitchen cabinet, and beyond that. We're going to hear a lot of agenda items, and I think a big question that we're going to look at is whether this can move the needle at all. There have been times when State of the Unions have changed the president's perception. 1998, Bill Clinton, overnight, bounced his approval rating up about 10 points. In 1982, we weren't there for it, but 1982, Ronald Reagan coming out after having been shot He brings Larry Skutnik out. It was the first big guest from brought to his State of the Union. This was a government bureaucrat who, after a tragic plane crash in the Potomac River, had swam out and rescued all of these people. He was a hero. Reagan brought him. He honored him. There was something poignant or meaningful, at least, about Ronald Reagan, this great enemy of government, celebrating
Yes.
this government bureaucrat. And also just coming out after being wounded as an old man. I mean, he didn't come out as a 70-year-old man who
Yes.
had just been shot. This man came out as the President of the United States. It helped change the trajectory of his presidency, and it helped lead to, of course, the great political victory of all time, 1984.
It's the power of playing against type. Instead
Yes.
of a Sputnik moment, will we get a Skutnik moment?
Yes,
That's
exactly.
certainly what I'm wondering about.
Well, we're going to have some Skutniks tonight. We're going to have the hockey team. We're going to have a few other guests. We're going to have Erica Kirk in attendance.
Will we get some surprises? Will we get some curveballs?
Well, we certainly might. All right.
Okay, Will, it's time to welcome our first guests. We're joined now by David Litt, former Obama speechwriter, and Sarah Isgur, former spokesperson for the United States Department of Justice. Thanks so much for being with us, Sarah and David. So tell us, how are you thinking going into tonight? Is there anything you're anticipating? Anything you're dreading? I'd love to hear from you guys. Sarah, why don't we start with you?
Well, certainly after the tariff decision, all eyes will be on the Supreme Court. Who's going to show up from the Supreme Court? You know, we've basically had 4 justices that haven't shown up for years. That would be Sotomayor, Jackson, Alito, and Thomas. But of the other 5, will they all come in solidarity? Will they be able to keep their focus? And of course, what will Trump say about the Supreme Court while they're sitting there? Can they maintain their poker faces?
Yeah, that is an important thing to note because the Supreme Court, like the military when they're in attendance, they can't react, they can't get up and applaud, they can't really do anything. So there is a chance that the President of the United States, in his UFC-inclined way, looks at them, Sarah, and lectures them. What do you think the chances are of that happening?
At this point, given his Truth Social feed and his press conference, I'd say it's pretty high. But, you know, I have an alternative reaction to some of this. I know there are those who think that Trump's attacks on the Supreme Court have really been hurting the court and undermining the rule of law. Let me say at this point, Trump's attacks on the Supreme Court arguably are making the court stronger. He can attack them all he wants, but the second they made that tariff ruling, he took down his worldwide IEEPA tariffs. So it really, in fact, builds up the legitimacy of the court. And we saw this after Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln, Wilson, FDR. These other strong presidents who tried to attack the court are the ones who ended up building it into the institution it is today.
Sarah, there are very few people who know about the dynamics, the interpersonal dynamics, the personalities of the justices better than you do. I'm curious, I wonder if that was actually something that Chief Justice weighed. He's someone who cares very deeply about the legitimacy of the court. He's been accused of being political when it comes to managing that legitimacy, husbanding that legitimacy. So do you think that's something that occurred to him, that in this moment, actually slapping the wrist of the president might actually be just what the court needs?
He's certainly a very close follower of Chief Justice John Marshall, his hero who wrote Marbury versus Madison and went toe-to-toe with Jefferson, his arch nemesis. They actually were cousins. And Marshall had fought in Valley Forge while Jefferson was back in Monticello entertaining British prisoners of war. This Chief Justice, John, at one point said that all of the other Chief Justices were basically failures except for Marshall. And so he was grading himself on a stiff curve. He certainly, I know, cares about that institutional credibility arc. I think he thought deeply about the fact that this case looked so similar to the cases during the Biden administration, West Virginia EPA about carbon emissions, the student loan debt forgiveness case, the OSHA vaccine mandate case. And so I'm sure he wanted to have that continuity through another administration from a different political party.
David, I wonder, you have been involved in drafting speeches for President Obama, who is considered one of the greatest orators of the 21st century. So I'm curious, what goes into planning a speech like this? And, from your experience in the past, and what's your sense of how the Trump presidency works differently when it comes to a set-piece speech like this one?
David, can you hear us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Sarah and I jumped in the middle. What I think is actually interesting about Trump with the State of the Union, at least from the first term, is I think he treats it more like other presidents treat set piece speeches, and he's less of a sort of unique unto himself character on stage. If you look at his State of the Union addresses from his first go round in office, he mostly, not entirely, but largely stuck to the teleprompter and was reading what was written for him, as opposed to a Trump rally, which is a very different beast. So I think that's where is strangely, if past his prologue, what we might see is a speech that looks more like kind of formally written speech, when a lot of the time, obviously, Trump is doing something that most other presidents would not do.
But how many hands touch a speech like this? I
Yeah,
wonder.
yeah. Are we talking about, in your experience, when you're trying to write a speech like this, is the Secretary of Commerce coming in and saying, well, it's like, well, we need this in there? Is the National Security Advisor piping in and saying, it's like, well, you need to mention North Korea? How exactly does one write a speech when there's so many people who are trying to get their agenda items in there?
Well, you're describing something really important. We think about policy process a lot, and speech writing process is also, the outcome is often dictated by the process. Every administration is different. In the Obama White House, the State of the Union was usually, the chief speechwriter would hold the pen. And just to be clear, I was never that person. Usually there was a foreign policy sort of chief speechwriter who would be responsible for that section of the speech, and then the president himself. And there was a lot of effort made to include people coming from different cabinet agencies, different policy areas, but ultimately saying, we don't want line edits from 70 different people. Other administrations have done things very differently, right? The Clinton administration, from what I know of it, was much more of a free for all in terms of how the speech ended up getting put together. And part of the reason for that is for many people within government, if your policy priority or your idea is mentioned in the State of the Union, most of us may not remember it 6 months from now, but it becomes this kind of commander's intent where you can point back to that speech and say, hey, it was in the SOTU, so this is a priority for the president. Let's make this happen.
David, I'm also wondering, this is a speech, it's rather unique in that it's his second term, broken up by Joe Biden's term, but he is now lame duck. He has promised that he's going to treat the midterms essentially as a general election, that he's going to be out there barnstorming. This could be, in a way, his way of kicking off the midterm election season. But do you think there's anything that he could say tonight or do tonight that could actually move the needle and help Republicans in what's looking like it's going to be a brutal November for them, particularly in the House of Representatives?
Well, my favorite quote about political communications was, I believe it was Paul Begala who said it, right? The Titanic didn't have a communications problem. The Titanic had an iceberg problem. And I think that what Republicans are facing right now is largely made up of iceberg problems. That said, I think there is a speech that Republicans in the audience tonight very much want Trump to give, right? I mean, the president became the president because he convinced people that he was going to put money in their pocket. He was going to bring down the cost of living. Basically, the way most presidents do, he convinced voters that if you elect me, I'm going to make the biggest and best difference in your life. And I think he's lost that trust. And you can see the White House saying, oh, he's going to talk about kitchen table stuff. We'll see whether that happens. But I definitely think that Republicans feel like Trump would do his best, or at least do the least harm to their prospects, if he sticks to the issues that got him elected in the first place, and the kind of specific policies that are about helping people do better, as opposed to the retribution, as opposed to the crackdown on not just illegal but legal immigration, all of the stuff that has dominated, for good reason, the last year.
That brings to mind a prediction that, Sarah, you offered on Honestly back in December, that President Trump's domestic focus in 2026 would lead to one of the most ineffective presidencies in American history. And as I recall, you were really focused on this idea that Trump is governed through executive action rather than as a congressional, wheeler and dealer. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about what you've seen. Do you still more or less feel that way? And is there anything that he can do to change course? It occurs to me that the Supreme Court decision, he could just take the L and to say that, hey, that was seen as super chaotic, and all of these Americans out there who care about their 401k, hey, maybe I can reset now and do something a little bit different and use this as an opportunity. But I'm curious about, your take about how things have changed since December, if at all.
Well, when you think about what Americans who support Donald Trump are most pleased with in his agenda, almost all of it will be cabined to the 4 years that he is in office, or shorter, as we just saw with the tariffs. He could have gone to Congress and asked for tariff authority for this specific reason, for a global trade imbalance. But he didn't do that. And so now he no longer has that power. When you talk about the DEI initiatives and anti-DEI initiatives that he's doing, again, he's doing those through executive order. He could go to Congress. Immigration, there's no congressional changes there. And so the second a new president gets into office, all of that will be gone. And even whatever changes he was able to make for 4 years will almost certainly be wiped out, as we saw after President Obama's term, Trump's first term, and Biden's term. These presidents keep doing announcements from the Rose Garden, and the second someone else comes into office, it's all gone.
I wonder, this is a question for David and for you, Sarah. I mean, was there some counterfactual where the first 2-3 months might have looked different? So, part of what you're suggesting here, Sarah, is that there's a world where maybe some universe of swing state Democrats might have said, hey, a la the Lake and Riley Act, we're willing to do something. Hey, we want to show that we kind of get what happened in 2024. We want to reset too. Or is it the case that you're always going to hunker down? Our politics are so hyper polarized. David, I wonder what you say as a Democrat in good standing. Do you believe that there was something he might have done to get people to say, you know what, we're going to take a breath, try to meet him halfway and do something different? Or was it always inevitable that it was going to be executive action, executive action?
Well, you asked if was there a counterfactual. I mean, I think it's like asking, is there a counterfactual where like I can dunk a basketball, right? Yes, if I were a different person.
I believe in you, David. I believe.
Well, that is a foolish thing to believe, but I really appreciate your faith. Keep the faith. Here's what I think. I think that when President Trump came back into office, he pointed to the Lake and Riley Act. There was a moment where, and I heard this from a lot of Democrats. They said we have got to right. The president won the popular vote. I think that was significant as a data point for a lot of Democrats. People said we need to do something about this, and we're not going to just fight Donald Trump all the time reflexively, right? This is not going to be resistance 2.0. I do think there was a willingness to work on some areas around cost of living and prices, certainly around immigration, as we saw with the Lake and Riley Act. And then, of course, everything else happened. And I think part of the problem is that if President Trump, and I don't know him personally, but we all at this point feel like we know him pretty well, it seems like when things get too cozy, he needs to pick a fight. And so ultimately, that's the thing that I think animated him through the 2024 campaign. The day he took office, he said, well, affordability, schmortability. That wasn't literally the phrase, but it was pretty close. And I think what really animated him was the retribution and also the crackdown on immigration, but not just on people who commit crimes, but on everybody. And I think those two things are what we've seen a real focus on.
Look, there is always something you can offer the other side to get them to the table. You may not want to, it may not be popular with your base, but if you really have a wish list of things that you think are important to the national security, to our domestic security, then you should be willing to go to Congress to try to make it long-term and stable so that people can plan their lives and their businesses around it. But I'll be curious to see if there's any discussion of asking Congress to actually legislate tonight, or if this is a Trump rally speech.
I'm wondering, too, you both brought up immigration as a strong suit for the president, and certainly was during the presidential election. Right now, however, it's become an albatross. It is polling quite poorly. ICE is polling quite poorly. It's losing the president some allies, some people who were for mass deportation in theory, but then see it in practice in Minneapolis, and they don't care for it. And President Trump seems to have backed off a little bit, at least when it comes to Minneapolis. Do either of you expect some sort of pivot when it comes to immigration tonight? Some new language, some understanding of sympathy for the people who have come here, or anything along those lines?
his policies along the southern border have been popular. I think if you were to find sort of the perfect political party for the American people right now, it would be total enforcement at the border and not that much enforcement in the interior of the country. So we'll see if he will back off the sort of interior conversation and focus once again on the border.
Yeah, I agree with what Sarah just said. The other thing I think that he will probably do is sort of play the hits, so to speak, and focus on victims of crimes committed by people who came here illegally. And there that often that is those human stories are real and they're tragic. I do think that Americans are probably no longer as susceptible to the broader implication that this is all about criminals and all we need to do is, and all that interior enforcement is doing is going after the worst of the worst. I think Minneapolis and other places have disproved that too obviously. But I do think that, this is one of those cases where what President Trump's base most wants to hear and what President Trump is going to feel the best, I think, saying, run very counter to what Republicans who want to win close races in the midterms would like to hear the president say.
All right. David, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We're going to plug both of your books. David's is It's Only Drowning, a true story of learning to surf and the search for common ground. That's a great title. And Sarah's is Last Branch Standing, a potentially surprising, outstanding, occasionally witty Supreme Court surprisingly, occasionally witty journey inside today's Supreme Court. Apologies, Sarah. Those
Too long of a subtitle. That's my fault.
Underselling.
Both.
Always
Thank you so
witty.
much for
Always
joining us.
witty.
We really appreciate it. Next up, we're joined by Democratic strategist Brianna Wu. Brianna, thank you so much for being here tonight.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Brianna, what do you think Trump is most vulnerable about going into these midterms? And what does he need to say to turn that around?
So I was talking with one of my really best friends from high school. This is somebody who grew up in Mississippi, not particularly political, someone that's just a kind of go along, get along kind of gal. And she was just blasting me the other day about how expensive everything was. I spent a week in Mississippi and I'm asking people, I'm like, how are you doing economically? I just kept hearing about cost of living over and over and over again. I think Trump is vulnerable on this. And I think particularly because SCOTUS has just come out and put a torpedo in his tariff plan, I think that's really signaling to a lot of people that his strategy is not working. So I know the text of this has been leaked. I know that he's going to try to put forward a plan. I think the question is if it's going to be credible for people.
Brianna, you're a Democratic strategist, and you have developed a reputation as someone who's willing to speak sternly and harshly to Democrats about where they've gone wrong. It does seem as though the president is really quite vulnerable. And yet, there's an open question about whether or not Democrats nationally are going to be able to capitalize on the opening. What is it that's making you frustrated and nervous about where Democrats are approaching this presidency right now and how they're gearing up for the midterms?
I'm so glad you asked me this because I really thought after, I was in the Free Press office on election night. And I really thought on that train ride back to Boston, we were going to be having serious meetings in our party, talk about some of the reasons we were getting our butts kicked over and over again. It's not complicated. We've looked at the polls about why the American people don't like us. We're too strident. We're very shrill. We have out of touch policies on some things with, transgender policy, particularly sports. Like the American people do not associate us with economic policies that are going to make people's lives better. They associate us with this kind of toxic online activism. So I really thought we were going to regroup and change our strategy. I have to tell you, I've been amazed because for the last 2 years, we just haven't. We've doubled down on how much we hate Trump and how evil the Republicans are. And there's a constituency that wants to hear that, but it's not winning the middle, which is where the elections are decided. So I could not be more frustrated.
But Brianna, isn't that partly because there isn't the need for it? I mean, you have 35 Senate seats on the ballot in 2026, and a lot of them are looking rather vulnerable for Republican incumbents. Susan Collins of Maine is just kind of like T-1000. She survives every one of these super close elections. Yet there's a poll that came out that showed, Graham Plattner, forgive me, just who's, someone with serious vulnerabilities. And
He
yet
had a
almost
Nazi tattoo. That's usually, that usually ends
You'd
campaigns when
think,
you have
but
the
probably
Tilly comp on your
comfortably
chest.
ahead of Susan Collins. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's, it's early days. But look, I mean, so one thing that occurs to me, Brianna, is that, if President Trump were in a stronger position, maybe some of those conversations, some of that soul searching that you're talking about, would be seen as necessary. But instead, it just seems like, hey, we can actually be all of these things, shrill or kind of excessively ideological or out of touch or whatever else, and yet still win because, the magic of negative polarization. So what's your take on that? Is that just
I don't
an illusion?
disagree. I don't disagree. But think about what this has been like since 2016. What happens? One side wins power. Their worst traits come forward. It reminds the American people why everyone hates them. We vote the next party into power. Same thing happens. The extremists get in there. They remind people why they don't like that party. They lose the next election. We are just passing power back and forth. It's making the American people more and more cynical. At some point, one of our parties is going to have to step back from the brink and go, why do people dislike us so much? Why are we losing? Why can't we keep power long enough to get our agenda passed? And I just, don't get me wrong. I oppose this president. But I can also point to good things that he's done. That if he would double down on those positive things that he's getting done, if he would not enable his worst nature, I could see Trump having a presidency that I would agree with parts of it on. It's the extremists. They are hijacking everything in America today.
Brianna, I want to talk to you about basically the difference between the 26 electorate and what's going to be the 28 electorate, and in terms of the strategy there. Right now, Democrats, dozens of Democrats are planning to boycott the speech and attend a rally called the People's State of the Union. It's hosted by Joy Reid, the former MSNBC host. It's Edward Markey of Massachusetts, Tina Smith of Minnesota, Representative Jayapal, Chris Van Hollen, some of the most progressive figures in the party. And I can see how these are people with messages that are probably not going to resonate maybe with the broader electorate. However, when we look at the people who actually vote in midterm elections, because, we remember when
they turn out.
Republicans used to do quite well in special elections and midterm elections because they had those affluent, college-educated suburban voters.
And it's flipped.
Yes,
utterly,
yes, and now all of those voters have gravitated, or a huge mass of those voters have gravitated towards the Democratic Party. And they seem to go in for that kind of catnip that the Democrats are offering them right now. The resistance stuff. There does seem to be a serious resistance vote in 26, and I'm wondering if it's smart strategy for the Democrats essentially to lean into parts of their agenda that most people might find annoying, but really juice up the base, the people who they need, namely those college-educated, affluent resistance folks ahead of the 26 elections in November.
I was there with you for a long time. I really, truly believed that. I thought that, there was an older theory that elections were about persuasion and that the modern theory was elections were won by basically activating your base and giving your base red meat was the way to win elections. This is where I differ from you. An autopsy just came out of our party about the 2024 election. It was leaked in Axios, showing that the extremists actually were the ones that stood home over, Kamala Harris just supporting policies like a two-state solution in Israel. Right. So the problem is if you're just feeding this base, if you're just getting them riled up for the most extremist policies, if you're never talking to the middle, the problem is the entire party has to go with that. And you're never going to satisfy them. Joy Reid, all these figures you're talking about, these are the people that brought so much instability into the party because they're the ones that pout and throw a fit if they do not get their very specific way. This is not a Democratic Party about coalition building. It's a Democratic Party about supercharging the extreme. It's a playbook that is failing for us.
So there is some responsiveness to this message you're advancing about the idea that you need to appeal to the middle. Democrats have chosen Governor Abigail Spanberger to deliver their party's response to President Trump. Now, look, I happen to believe that Governor Spanberger hasn't necessarily been super moderate in her first weeks as governor of Virginia, but she's certainly seen as a leading light of the party's moderate wing. So what's your take on what we can expect from her speech and what you would want her to say?
Well, I'll tell you what she's not going to do. She's not going to walk out there, bring identity politics first, bring the politics of grievance. She's not going to be bringing a fringe message about announcing your pronouns. She's just going to sound culturally like a normal Democrat talking about taxes and cost of living, which is who we used to be. So I hear what you're saying. Maybe you can disagree with her on some policies, but culturally, the things that she's talking about culturally is exactly where our party needs to be. We need to be doubling down on that playbook.
I'm wondering what you make of James Tallarico. Am I saying that last name correctly?
Sounds right to me.
Yeah, James Tallarico, the Senate candidate, Democratic Senate potential nominee in Texas, up in a very tough primary against Jasmine Crockett. This is somebody who's been held up as just kind of like a leading light of the party, somebody who's sort of the future of the party. He talks about religion, he talks about God and family values, and he takes a little terrain away from the right on those things. At the same time, you can play quotes of him saying, it's like, well, God is non-binary. He goes into areas that might alienate some voters when you get down into the Rio Grande River Valley. I'm wondering if you think a candidate like him is the way forward, or if really Democrats need to moderate even further if they're going to be competitive nationally and competitive in a place like Texas.
I mean, I've had my heart broken working too many elections in Texas to
Yeah.
really believe with all my heart that anyone's going to win down there. Though, obviously, of the choices we have, I obviously like him a lot more. Look, say what you got to say in Texas, and that's going to be God and talk about religion and all that stuff. I think that's fine. I think that there's a machine out there to take quotes from Democrats, and we do it to them too. We do it just as much, and kind of twist them into like someone that seems very extreme. I think he's had that playbook run on him. For everything I can see, he's not an extremist candidate. He's just a normal Democrat trying to win in Texas. So I wish him luck.
All right. Well, getting back to the State of the Union, I want to get your thoughts on some of the guests that are coming tonight. Of course, this is a big part of the ceremony and tradition of all of this. Some high-profile Democrats, namely Chuck Schumer, Representative Ro Khanna, are hosting Jeffrey Epstein victims tonight. Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota is bringing out Alia Rahman, a Bangladeshi American who had a rough encounter with federal agents while traveling to a doctor's appointment. Immigration agents reportedly dragged her out of her vehicle after smashing the car's window. Are these the choices that Democrats should be making? Is this the message that they should be sending out right now?
I think if Democrats are thinking we're going to win 2026 and 2028 on the Epstein files, they've lost their minds, right?
Yeah.
This is a distraction. It's fun for people. They're particularly inclined to believe the powerful are jerks. So I don't think it's a really big sell. Is this a strategy that's going to get Ro Khanna to be the presidential nominee in 2028? I don't think so. I think it's a circus. I think if you want to, show some of the excesses of ICE, that particular lawsuit with this woman that they're bringing forward, really honestly disturbing stuff. But I'm not sure this theme of the Democrats being anti-immigration enforcement is really playing into a strategy that is going to help us win. I just want to remind everyone, immigration is one of the major reasons we lost the last election. Polls are showing it's one of the few issues Republicans have an advantage on right now. So I think making it sound like we are against ICE enforcement, even when you're bringing forward a victim that really had some horrific things done for her, it just isn't a great strategy. I honestly, if I were running the Democratic Party, I would not do any of these theatrics. I would show us out there in good faith, trying to work with the Republicans to get some stuff done. All this stuff seems so dated. It's from the 80s. It's the 90s. It doesn't change anyone's mind. It's just cheap partisan points. I think the American people just want us to get back to business.
Brianna, I wonder, you've been talking a lot about Democrats that you think are missing the mark. Is there anyone out there that you think is getting it right when you think about folks who might be presidential contenders, or forget even about that, just 2026 candidates, people that you think are kind of striking the right tone or reading the moment in a shrewd way?
I think Gavin Newsom is doing exactly what you need to do. He's out there talking to Republicans, having real conversations. Even today, the main topic on Threads was Gavin Newsom was out there saying Democrats need to spend less time talking about pronouns and be more culturally normal. That is exactly right. We do just need to be talking about kitchen table issues and not about esoteric gender theory issues. I think he is charismatic. He's handsome. I think he would be an excellent nominee, and he's definitely who I intend to give my vote for at this point.
Okay, but do Americans trust hair like that when it comes to Gavin Newsom? This is a serious
yes,
question. Him and Josh Hawley, they got the hair slicked back. That's like in the movie before the guy goes through the transformation and he's a jerk. He's a jerk because he's got his hair slicked back. Is that going to be a liability going forward?
I've learned to never trust gorgeous men, so I'm right there with you.
Oh God, I believe it.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Brianna, thank you so much. On that note, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Have a wonderful night and enjoy the speech to the extent you can.
Thanks for having me.
All right, now we've got Dean Phillips on the line. Dean is the former U.S. representative for Minnesota's 3rd Congressional District, the Fighting Third. And you might remember him from his run against President Biden in the 2024 Democratic primaries, when he got a lot of flack from his party for claiming Biden could no longer beat President Trump. Dean, I think you were slightly vindicated on that issue. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Hey, good to be with you guys. And by the way, I was not adjusting my hair other than the fact that Brianna made that joke. So just so you know, I'm not that.
I just want to say that you passed the hair test, sir.
Thank you. I'm very proud of that. Thank you. Yeah. Probably my best accomplishment in Congress.
And your ice cream is fantastic. Before I hand this over to Reihan.
Well, thank you. Just one pint a night. That's all we ask.
Dean Phillips, you are from the Twin Cities, and the Twin Cities are the eye of the storm right now. The city has been in the midst of Operation Metro Surge, a surge of roughly 3,000 federal agents. We all know about the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, and it really feels as though the city has been on a knife's edge. I'm just curious to hear you talk about what you're hearing from your neighbors in suburban Minneapolis. Your former constituents. What is the mood in the city right now, and how might it play out politically?
Well, not just what I'm hearing, it's what I was feeling and seeing with my own eyes, having been in the community during both of the horrific murders. And anybody who knows the Twin Cities knows how much we've struggled since the George Floyd murder. A lot changed, and I think we mistook quiet for peace. And we did a lot of soul searching over the last number of years. What has transpired, though, with this ICE surge has probably been the most horrifying weeks for any Minnesotan in our lifetimes. And what has really been undercovered, guys, and I'm surprised by it, is the number of relatively prominent Republicans in Minnesota who are very much aligned with those of us who said that we believe in immigration enforcement, but we also believe in the Constitution and human rights and American civil rights. And the gross violation of all of those was horrific. And a number of Republicans were very public in denouncing what they were seeing, including a very prominent Republican candidate for Minnesota governor who actually left the race because he was so appalled by a party that would tolerate, let alone support, what they were seeing. I'm proud of my community. I'm not just like Brianna. I'm not a fan of the agitators and the far left tactics, but my heart is with those who are protesting, and the overwhelming majority of Minnesotans who came out in the freezing cold day after day, supporting neighbors. It wasn't just a beacon for this country. My friends around the world suddenly know Minnesota, celebrate it, and I'd like to think that what transpired there and the way that a community came together, not just Democrats, by the way, and I'm very sincere about this, the way a community came together to say no more, was not just extraordinary, but it was effective. It actually got this president, who does not usually show any degree of contrition, to do just that. And I also want to celebrate Tom Homan, because but for his leadership, in the absence of Kristi Noem's and the other leader, Greg Bovino, it was appalling. So I'm proud of my state. I'd like to think we're a beacon for the country, but we cannot tolerate these gross violations of human rights. And that's why I'm thrilled to see my Republican colleagues who did stand up. Many of them did.
I'm struck by how you're threading a needle here. So you had some positive words for the border czar, Tom Homan, who it does seem the administration sent to kind of lower the temperature in the Twin Cities. But also, you note that, hey, on the one hand, there are far left agitators. On the other hand, there are people who are protesting what they saw as overreach and abuses on the part of ICE. So I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about that, because look, there certainly is some reporting out there that you have these pretty sophisticated networks of folks who seem to be putting civilians, in some cases, in harm's way. And, you do have a lot of ICE agents who I'm sure were, abusing their authority, but you also had other folks who found themselves in a pretty chaotic situation. You could say that, hey, we should have been vetting people more carefully. We should have given them proper training before throwing them into a chaotic situation. But the chaotic situation, it does seem as though there were elements in protest networks operating on signal chats who really did seem to want confrontations. They did seem to want images that they felt could advance their cause of rolling back immigration enforcement. So I wonder how you kind of see the boundaries here, kind of what's on the right side of the line, what's on the wrong side of the line.
Well, there are protesters and there are agitators. And I think to your point, there were a number of agitators, many of them organized, who seemed hell-bent on provoking lightly trained men and women who were sent to Minnesota in the freezing cold, frankly, probably knowing full well that their mission was not aligned with many of their principles. And I'm not for agitators. I don't think the right or left should use such tactics. I do believe in the approach of Gandhi and Martin Luther King, who used massive number of people to peacefully protest and demonstrate to leadership that something must change. That's the style of protesting I believe in. That's what is both constitutional and appropriate. And I'm not a fan of that style. And I think most people in America would agree. Now, those 2 deaths were absolutely preventable. There was a degree of agitation, there's no question. That does not justify by any means 2 killings in cold blood. And the violation of American civil rights, again, and I think is underreported, the number of people who were simply challenged by ICE agents because of an accent or the color of their skin is among the most reprehensible, shocking truths that I've ever seen with my own eyes in my lifetime. And having spoken with a number of police chiefs that I used to work with in my district in Minnesota's 3rd, frankly, most of them right-leaning, they were telling me that their officers, their police officers, were being pulled over by ICE agents, those of color and those who may have had an accent. That should be the start of an American national protest, not just one in Minnesota. And I'm astounded. I think we have a degree of angertainment now. We have the portrayal of these circumstances that are seen through the lens of absurdity. And that is something that we are going to have to reckon with. And I do believe, there are 2 parties, as we well know, but within those 2 parties, there are 2 more parties. There are moderate Republicans, just a handful left, and then you have MAGA. And then, of course, in the Democratic caucus, you've got the progressives and you have the more moderates. And, it has been my hope, and I think Brianna surely would concur, that we have to find a way to unify the center right and center left in this country. And I'm afraid the greatest challenge that we face overcoming that is actually the media itself, which, of course, is why I'm a fan of the free press for reasons I'm sure you understand.
Yes, and we appreciate it. I want to ask you, Representative Phillips, is there still a place, a home for someone like you with your politics within the Democratic Party? I mean, you ran what in hindsight could be seen as just sort of like a heroic Paul Revere call to arms. You tried to make your party aware that Joe Biden had lost a step, and the way things were heading, the Democrats were going to lose the White House. You did not want to be the nominee yourself, but you wanted there to be some sort of primary. The Democratic Party, despite 2/3 of Democratic Party voters consistently saying they wanted a nominee other than Joe Biden, coalesced the party bosses, the whatever you want to call it, the machine, the system of the Democratic Party, coalesced around Joe Biden. It has coalesced around the left of the party. The left of the party really does seem like it still has the upper hand. Where does someone like you fit there? I mean, are you still comfortable calling yourself a Democrat?
Well, I'm a Humphrey Democrat, you might call me. I'm a Clinton Democrat, like so many of us, millions of us around the country. And I will tell you, the only thing I want to correct, by the way, is my mission was like Paul Revere's, but it wasn't to advise my party that he had lost a step, or that he was going to lose, or that he could never serve another 4 years. It was to demonstrate to my party that the rest of the country knew it, as did my colleagues. And you're right, I did not expect to win the nomination. I did expect to generate at least enough attention to wake up my colleagues and do the right thing. But as you guys well know, doing the right thing and Washington, D.C. are often oxymoronic. But let me point to Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill as two great examples. Abigail, Governor Spanberger now, it was one of my dearest friends, remains one. I believe in her deeply. I think she is the future of the Democratic Party, should the Democratic Party choose to win, because she represents the overwhelming majority of Americans. I'm very intrigued by how she presents her case tonight with the rebuttal. If it is a speech that she wrote or edited or participated in its crafting, I think we will see the future of the Democratic Party tonight. If she was pressured to use language and approaches and condemnations that we're very familiar with from the Democratic Party, I'm afraid that we've got bigger challenges ahead. But I'm hopeful, and if there's a place for Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger, there surely is still a place for moderates. Because the truth of the matter is, guys, there's not a lot of difference in terms of the principles of the left and the right, and certainly the progressives and the moderates. We want health care for people. We want people to be able to afford housing. We want great education. And we want to be safe in the streets and in our communities. It's not rocket science. The approaches differ, but until Democrats, we get our act together and start unifying behind the tactics to actually achieve those objectives, I'm afraid we'll be a split party and make it really difficult to succeed. But I do want to say that Governor Spanberger tonight, I believe, will represent not just the best and brightest of the Democratic Party, but I sure hope the future.
Well, I want to talk about that with both of you for a second, because the rap right now on the right, when they're talking about Governor Spanberger, is that she talked like a moderate. She had a very weak Republican opponent. She won handily in Virginia. She won in a landslide in Virginia. But now that she's actually in the governor's mansion, she has not been as moderate as she said she would be. Reihan, do you have thoughts on that?
Look, I do think that Virginia seems to be lurching pretty far to the left when it comes to tax policy, when it comes to public spending. A big strength of Virginia has been that it was, like it or not, it was a right-to-work state for a very long time that helped preserve its competitiveness. And it just seems that it is going the way that many other deep blue states have gone, that have become really sclerotic, that have seen significant outmigration. I think that, you can imagine Democrats like Governor Polis of Colorado and other people who seem to appreciate that you want states that are competitive, governments that are responsive and efficient. The question is, I don't know what's in Governor Spanberger's heart, but there is a big enough progressive Democratic machine that seems to be pulling everyone, whatever their moderation, whatever their instincts might be, in that same marching in lockstep, kind of coastal California, New York kind of direction. So, again, Governor Spanberger a lot better than I do, but it sure seems that the net effect is that it is that same machine that is calling the plays in terms of where the policy outcomes are.
I could not have expressed it any better than you just did. And that's exactly what happens. People come into Washington with well-defined principles, objectives, pure hearts, if you will. I've never seen anybody leave Washington a better person because of the level of corruption that exists by so much money, so much influence, and so many bad actors. And that's not to condemn everybody serving. I think most are actually pretty good. I do know Governor Spanberger's heart, and she is a person of common sense, of reason, of compassion, of decency, and of great competency. I do recognize that there has been a little bit of a lurch to the left, and I concur with what you just said. I do believe that between labor unions and all the outside groups, and frankly, just the further left members of the Democratic caucus who have 5-10 million followers on their Instagram pages and their X accounts and whatnot, Congress is a social monster when you really get down to it. And people watching right now, I don't underestimate how that social pull changes people's approach to issues, because nobody wants to be the lone soldier. And I may have been unique in that I did not see politics as my lifelong career. I was willing to give it up because I knew that would be the result. And I will tell you, after I pursued my mission, it was not comfortable. And I do know there are a lot of people that can't live like that, being the the outsider, the loser, the excommunicated, person sitting in the back row, which is how they make you feel. And that's why I believe the answer is more competition in our politics. But
well, Congressman Phillips, thank you so much for being a lone soldier, and thank you so much for joining us. Next, we're joined by May Mailman, who served as a former deputy assistant to the president and senior policy strategist in the White House, also a legal advisor during the Trump 1.0 administration. We're also joined by Rui Teixeira, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and co-founder and politics editor of The Liberal Patriot. Thank you both so much for being here with us.
Okay. Thanks for having us.
Rui, you just wrote a piece for the Free Press, and I want to quote it for you.
Mm-hmm.
The State of the Union is overstated. The speeches used to make history but are now mired in tribal warfare. Nothing Trump could say will change that. And basically you make the case that this is all political theater, that this will not move the needle politically. But here we are. What do you think? Is there really nothing Trump could say tonight to change? We know so many elections in this country are decided by a few thousand votes. Is there nothing Donald Trump could say tonight that would surprise, that would bring people in, that would improve his image at all, improve the image of his party, anything like that?
Well, I mean, I think it's technically possible, right, in the sense that if he made distinctly different noises and approach and signaled out on immigration enforcement, maybe that people would pick up on that. If he had something to say about tariffs and his economic plans that would really be newsworthy, I think people might pay some attention to that. But, this is just a speech. He can say whatever he wants in the speech. I don't think he's likely to say anything particularly newsworthy anyway. But even if he did, it would quickly be forgotten unless it was picked up and reinforced. The speech itself as an entity just doesn't make that much difference. And I think the record is clear on this.
But, you were talking about, so these speeches, they get somewhere between 25, 40 million people watching them. And these are the most politically engaged people we're talking about.
That's right, yeah.
Very high degree of, it's just a very high degree of overlap between people who vote in midterms and the people who actually spend their night watching the State of the Union address.
Yeah, so the partisans of the incumbent party who watch it are going to say, hey, this is great. Trump nailed it. And the partisans who watch it who are Democrats going to say, this scoundrel, he's even worse than I thought. This is the end. Now he's really done it. So, but the truth is always is that most people aren't going to pay much attention or even hear much about it. And, the historical record shows that basically these speeches move president's approval rating up a little bit, down a little bit after the smoke clears and the dust settled after a few weeks. The average effect, netting out all the positive and negative approval rating changes, is 0.3 percentage point. So that just that kind of underscores that the political stakes here are very low. That doesn't mean the speech might not be interesting in terms of smoke signals that are sent up about certain things or directions of change that are suggested. I mean, that's always kind of interesting. And of course, as I pointed out in the article, it's theater. It's kind of like, whoa, the Democrats and Republicans, on the national stage. It's like they're having a rumble. This is great, I mean, if you look at it in the right way. But I think the persistent attempt to ascribe great meaning to these speeches and great potential political changes is just mistaken. I think in the article I referred to after Biden gave a shouty speech in 2024, sort of, oh, okay, a lot of pundits wanted to believe, okay, he's back. I mean, all that stuff about him being too old, nonsense. He's revived himself. But of course, we know that in fact that wasn't true at all. It was a mere blip. So, I mean, I don't want to. Maybe he'll surprise me. Maybe something earth-shaking will happen. I'm just. My default assumption is nothing will happen. Nothing will change.
I'd love to bring May into
at the
the
least.
conversation.
Yeah, we should bring in May. We got about 4 minutes, I think, until the president
so
comes.
Look, May, you served in both the first and second Trump administrations. You knew the president exceptionally well. What do you see as his biggest accomplishments that you're hoping to see him underscore as he makes his pitch to voters in the midterms?
Yeah, I think just the pace of change, that this is somebody who delivered on their campaign promises, that Republicans are the do something party. Everybody gets very angry. I wish that things would happen. And look at how much change there's been since Biden left office, that the border is secure, that we're exporting LNG, that we have sort of nuclear capabilities that are going to come online here any day. I mean, we've got to challenge a pilot program for July 4th. I think there's, for some people, that patriotism is back a little bit. I think the culture, men and women's sports, as Trump's like to say, transgender everything, that the NHL itself used to have like a transgender celebration. And now you can live your life and you don't have to be forced to say you're a bad person if you don't believe that men can become women. So I think there's just a lot of change that people can say President Trump did something. It's not just one thing. Yes, there's one big, beautiful bill, which, and tax cuts. It is the whole package of somebody who does the things that they said they're going to do and doesn't just talk about it. And hopefully Americans can feel that other Republicans will do the same.
May, I know that the speech is going to begin imminently, so I just wanted to ask you one question. It seems pretty clear that the MAGA movement, Trump's loyal base, seems very divided right now. If you look at these conflicts breaking out among influencers, you have Ben Shapiro on one side, you have Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, who really have quite significant followings, who seem to be sharply critical of some aspects of the Trump foreign policy. Do you think President Trump is going to do anything to try to unify his coalition? Do you think he's going to address some of these internecine conflicts?
I don't, and I think I hope not, because I think some of these fights are so online and they are known to such a small number of people who don't wake up every day and think about the amount of money or attention we spend in Israel. They just don't. It's just not. We're not a foreign policy people. We think about how expensive our house is. So I think if he really wants to unify, he will focus on themes that the vast majority of Americans pay attention to and not online fights.
Well, he does have one of his guests tonight is Erica Kirk, who is the leader of TPUSA, of course, the widow of Charlie Kirk. And she is now the subject of a quote unquote investigative documentary by Candace Owens, another leading MAGA figure. Does the fact that he has Erica Kirk there send some sort of signal about what side Trump is on when it comes to these conflicts, which may be in line, but we're talking about millions of people and millions of people in the heart of Trump's base?
Yeah, I don't think it's a hidden sign. I think President Trump is on Erica Kirk's side, period. The Charlie Kirk's murder is something that we've almost forgotten about, but how shocking it was. I was in the White House that day and every meeting was canceled. Everyone was crying. I met with President Trump right after he had spoken to Erica Kirk. This was a very emotional, this was a very meaningful moment for Republicans and people on the center. So I think it's not him picking Erica versus Candace. It's him picking Erica, period. To be on her side, to be with her is something that he and a lot of people in the White House feel very strongly about.
Do we have a moment for a question for Rui, or should we, how are we doing on time? So Rui, I'm so curious, as you're thinking about Democrats and their response to President Trump in a moment where he is quite vulnerable, are there things that you're hoping to hear from Democratic candidates, from Democratic communicators? What are the messages that you are keen to hear from them?
Well, if I had my druthers, I'd like to hear messages that are basically fairly conciliatory, in the sense that, yes, maybe things the Trump administration has done has gone too far. On the other hand, a lot of these problems were actually really serious problems. And, we believe in immigration enforcement too. And, at least a few olive branches like that, and just say, basically, we want to reach out to all the Trump voters and continued Trump supporters. And we don't demonize you. We don't think you're fascists, right? we don't think that, we're all the good and you're all bad. But unfortunately, I think the tenor of how Democrats are likely to respond, at least at this alternative rally, is going to be more along the lines of, these are terrible people, Trump's a fascist, and so on. We'll see what Spanberger has to say as she strikes more moderate tone. We'll see. I mean, again, I think this is all a bit kabuki theater. I mean, everybody knows their roles and everyone will play their roles.
But Rui, you're talking about conciliatory messages, and clearly you have a Democratic base that wants something more. So is there some unifying thread that could allow you to say, hey, look, we need immigration enforcement, we need to do that, et cetera, while also galvanizing that base? Is it talking about allegations of corruption? Is it something along those lines? Is there something that can actually thread the needle? Because it sure sounds as though, what you're describing, might make sense for some marginal voters, swing voters, bringing over Trump voters, but you do need something that is actually going to motivate and energize. So how do you reconcile that?
If your priors are the most important thing is to mobilize the base, because that's really what's going to count in a relatively low turnout midterm election, then you're not going to worry about the swing voters. You're not going to worry about conciliation. I think there is no magic bullet, by and large, to doing both. You're
making it sound very binary, Rui. You're making it really sound as though it's only one or the other. And, it seems as though there are a lot of folks who are trying to find some way to do both.
In the current conjuncture, as it were, I think that's really the case. I think, all of the wind is at the back of the progressives and the resistance in the Democratic Party, and they demand to be fed. And I think they will be fed. And I think it's very hard for Democratic politicians to stand up against that at this point. I mean, yes, maybe they should try, but I'm just trying to be realistic here about what's likely to happen.
As we wait for this speech to begin momentarily, May, quickly, what are you keen to hear tonight?
I think the line that people say is, remind people that the economy is doing well. I guess I'm sort of not in that camp, because you can't tell people that the economy is doing well. They have to feel it. So for me, I want to hear something that's a little bit re-energizing and new, a new plan, a new project, a new goal. And maybe that has something to do with housing affordability and what he plans to do there. Maybe it has, but I think that, unfortunately, what I said about President Trump accomplishing everything is that I do think that the president gets bored pretty quickly. He, went through his campaign promises, boom, 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 and then now what? And so that type of now what ends up with sort of tweets and investigations or what have you. What's the new project? What's the thing that we can rally around? That's what I hope to hear out of this speech.
May, is there any room for a note of humility, or just to say, hey, look, kind of there are lessons learned here, something like that? Or is that just not President Trump?
I don't think it's President Trump, and I don't think it's the vibe of the State of the Union, right? It's supposed to be looking back at how awesome I was and then telling you how awesome I'm going to be. And I do think that President Trump does correct when he sees something not going right. So, for example, in Minnesota, you could tell that they're just the juice wasn't worth the squeeze in trying to have the immigration policy effectuated to its full extent. So let's send Tom Homan in. Let's figure this out. Let's have some conversations. Let's adjust. Let's enforce the law, but let's do it in a way that the community can get behind, the sane people in the community. So I do think President Trump does that. Just I don't think the State of the Union is the place.
All right, guys, I wanted to thank you both, Roy and May. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. The president is on the floor of the House now. He's walking up. He's looking slightly bored. He's looking slightly tired. We're going to see where this goes. But Reihan and I are going to be back with you right after the speech is over. You see people trying to get their photos with him right now. We're going to be back afterwards with all sorts of surprise guests. Also, Elliott Abrams, John McWhorter, Taibbi, many more. We're going to have fun with this. Reihan, what do you think's going to happen tonight?
Good grief. Look, so many things could happen. It could be that, President Trump will slowly melt away and make it an advertisement for Trump RX and the incredible magical power of GLP drugs. That could be it. And
GLP drugs? Are you talking about GLPs?
GLP-1s.
You call them GLPs?
You call them GLPs on the street. Kind of the kids use
I've
Chinese
never heard
peptides.
This
It's all the rage.
Yeah.
And you'll see him, looking 20 years younger, fresher, bolder. That's one possibility.
What are the chances he announces aliens tonight?
Look, I mean, it's time. It's time. Now, the question is, when will he announce that Melania is half from Neptune? And that explains her grace, beauty, and power, and ability to draw audiences to see a documentary. A documentary film, not something that really fills the cheap seats.
I believe you pronounce it Slovenia, actually.
Is it really truly Earth, or is it the seventh moon of Jupiter? This is, I report, you decide.
I'm reminded of previous States of the Union where, to May's point, where somebody tries to announce a new project. And I remember George W. Bush in his second term saying, hey, everyone, we're going to Mars. And I feel like the Mars thing has been used before. I forget if it's Biden or Obama, but every so often when they need something new, it's like, guys, we're going to Mars.
You know what I want to hear? I want to hear something original, bold. Oort cloud.
Yeah.
We are heading to the Oort cloud. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
No, the Oort cloud being the asteroids that surround our solar
tiny,
system.
beautiful, delicate little pebbles that are out there, and
go to
we're going to
Europa.
munch them
they
up
got
for
the water
oxygen.
In Europa.
Yes.
We're talking about Gaza.
Well, look, Arthur C.
Fun.
Clarke, he saw ahead. Is there life on Europa? I want to find out. I want to know now, and that's what I want from President Trump in the State of the Union.
We see them clapping. Lots of Democrats aren't there. A lot of Republicans are there. This jolly gang of drama queens that is his cabinet, they're all out there. President Trump is applauding, presumably himself.
Which justices are there?
No, and we're going to see which
in
justices.
The bunker? Who's waiting?
It's going to be. This is a big speech for President Donald Trump, and we're going to see what happens. It's going to be something that could help define his legacy tonight if he plays it right, or he can just play to the base. We're going to see what he's going to do here, but I would not be surprised if May is correct and President Donald Trump throws a curveball. Again, we're used to canned speeches. Donald Trump doesn't really do that. Donald Trump, if anything, is unpredictable.
Yes. Is he going to announce the conquest of Cuba? Is he going to actually literally open multiple casinos in Havana? Tonight. That's what I want to know.
Does he plug the Board of Peace? Does he talk about Gaza's Riviera, a Middle East Riviera?
There's a lot.
Does he return to the Greenland question that I thought that we had settled, but he brings up from time to time?
May I fantasize for a moment?
Please.
I'll just say that
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
All right. The president's speech is starting. Let's go to that now. We're going to see you right afterwards, everyone.
See you soon.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years, in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year, we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal. And I asked him, The one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. You practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case, my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup. So we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming. And that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on healthcare and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new rate Taxpayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody, even on this side, was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colden was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight, I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats, 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zuretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zuretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged. Shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like Perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people, said the Prime Minister of Pakistan, would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back, but we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people. with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called Peace Through Strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things. A lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, "What's the number?" $1,775. I said, "Wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to." I said, "We're going to figure that." I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said $1,776, and I said, "That's good." And I'll tell you what, our military. That was 4 months ago. Our military. I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, "Very impressive, very impressive." They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, we probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator. Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years, they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Welcome back, everyone. That was President Trump's State of the Union address. We've got a flotilla, a cavalcade, an army, a clown car of guests joining us shortly. But first, Will, what did you think? Castro-esque or Castro-ish? 1 hour and 59 minutes of State of the Unioning. Are you still awake, Will? I'm barely. I'm hanging on by a thread.
Hanging in there. I don't know. I think I may have lapsed into a dream sequence at some point during that speech. It was one of, if not the longest, State of the Union speech ever. As you mentioned, it is like Fidel Castro and Mussolini had a baby, and that was the speech. I'm sure some people found it endlessly entertaining. A lot of people will have just found it endless. There's a magnetic quality to the man. We can't deny that, but yeesh. The medals, the giving out the medals of honor, I didn't like that. I don't think that should be, this is a political speech. I don't like mixing politics with something like that. At some point I was wondering if he was going to give Lindsey Graham the Order of the Garter or something like that. I mean, he's just handing out like awards like a monarch. I think if you're an independent,
many worthy
yes,
honorees,
no. That's
all
the thing.
worthy, all deserve. But I
yes.
No,
I absolutely. I am not disputing that they deserve the Medal of Honor. I'm saying
it's just the when and where.
It's the venue. It's. I think an independent watching would say, what a bullshit artist, but better than the stiffs and the weirdos. The hockey stuff was great with the hockey players. The man knows how to wrap himself in the flag, as our friend Roy Teixeira will often talk about. I think the bottom line, for all of the hopeless insanity, the poor taste, the braggadocio, the Trumpiness, the arguable assertions, it was a good night for Trump if you watched all 3 hours.
Ah, man. So l'esprit d'escalier, you can't help but feel this way. I remember at the Republican National Convention accepting the nomination, thinking, ooh, is it going to be a riff? Is it going to be a rally speech, or will it be something tighter? Here, there were, within the 2 hours, a good solid 40 minutes. There was the riff at the beginning, magnanimous Trump, kind of optimism. We're headed in the right direction. And then maybe there could have been another 10, 12 minutes of Iran, here's what we want from you, clarity, exactly what is it we're asking for, what is it we and decent people all over the world are demanding. That would have been great. But instead, the bloat, the endless applause breaks.
Yes.
And, the baiting, some of that, I get it.
I think the baiting was somewhat
like some of that is like that's part of his shtick.
Democrats took it. I mean, they hissed or they didn't show up.
Biden did it. Trump did it.
The
daring
baiting
them not
worked
to
pretty
applause.
well.
Yeah.
But
man, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, just kind of,
We heard a lot about a golden age. We heard a lot about how he's done all of these wonderful things. Again, I did love the stuff with the hockey players. That was wonderful. It was...
Sometimes you just got to read the prompter. You got to read the prompter. You're paying these guys.
I think he went longer than Bill Clinton's famous, endless 2000 State of the Union address. Which was a cautionary tale, just a big laundry list of things, and we got a laundry list here tonight. I'm struck a little bit by the fact that, perhaps the biggest issue of our age right now is artificial intelligence. Did he mention AI once during that speech?
There was a riff on data centers, making sure data centers are paying for their electricity, which is an emerging issue. But look, there are a lot of different ways you could have talked about it. A lot of different, so...
it touched on a lot of things, but of course there was no big kind of coherent theme other than I am Donald Trump and I am leading this country to greatness. In fact, I already have. Look at all of these wonderful things I've done.
He's been the main character in American public life since 2015.
Yeah.
And I wonder, does it feel like the shaggy denouement right now? Are we in it right now? Is this the
lame duck question that continues to haunt Donald Trump? We heard about communist mayors who may also be nice guys. We heard of rampant vote fraud, the split screen reality that Donald Trump always portrays.
Lowest murder rate in 125 years, but also drug lords and criminals are everywhere.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. It's like everything is perfect, however, everything is awful. And that is the Donald Trump vision of America that he puts forward. Everything he touches is golden. Everything the enemy, everything the Democrats touch, crap, gone, terrible. It took him about an hour to start talking about foreign policy in the speech, but eventually he did get there. Let's bring in someone who can help us make sense of the speech, one of the great experts in foreign policy of our time. We have Elliott Abrams, Senior Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, former Deputy National Security Advisor under George W. Bush. This just keeps on going. And former Special Representative for Iran, we keep on going, and Venezuela in the Trump administration. Elliott, you're a busy man. Thank you for coming here.
My pleasure. Not usually busy at 11 o'clock at night.
So I'm curious, the president did address Iran. He gave us a litany. He gave us the rap sheet of the various obscene crimes that Iran has perpetrated against Americans, against our allies and friends. I didn't necessarily get, or at least I didn't feel as though I got tremendous clarity regarding the demand and what's coming next. But I wonder, what did you read, from his remarks on Iran? I mean, everyone's eyes are on this right now. There's no one who knows more about Iran and U.S.-Iran relations than you. So talk to us about it.
My thought listening to him was that we are going to do a strike. Why else go through that whole litany of what they've done if you just plan to, in essence, walk away and turn all the boats around? He did get it wrong in a way. I mean, the only foreign policy thing that took even a few minutes was Iran. We get to Venezuela in a second, but what he said was they didn't say the secret words that they aren't going to build a nuclear weapon. That's not the issue. According to them, it's a lie, it's false, but according to them, there's a fatwa that prevents them from building a nuclear weapon. They don't want nuclear weapons. They never wanted nuclear weapons.
How dare you even suggest that they would do such a thing?
Right. Exactly. So those are not the secret words. There are no secret words. In fact, their words are useless and worthless. What you want is for them to stop. So it was odd to me that, I don't know what kind of fact checking, if any, they do on the State of the Union speech, but that was an odd way of putting it. Since they have said those secret words and lied about them or through them for years and years. But I thought going through that litany of how terrible this regime is, how many Americans have been killed, it seemed to me to be building toward a justification for having to hit them again. He said, we told them you can't rebuild. Well, obviously they are rebuilding. So it's hard to predict with Trump, but it seemed to me that we were moving again.
Elliott, you've been a champion of civil society, of democracy, human rights, labor. This has been a central preoccupation for you. Did President Trump say enough about the slaughter of protesters? Did he say enough about that piece of what's unfolding in Iran right now and kind of to help Americans understand exactly what we're up against?
He mentioned it. He did say there are maybe 30,000 killed. What he didn't do in the case of either Iran or Venezuela was use the dread word democracy.
Yes.
He did not say we want Iran to be a democracy. He did not say we want the people to be able to rule themselves as we have done for 250 years. I don't think he used the term democracy or liberty or freedom or human rights in this whole 2 hours, which is really, it's really striking. He did say it's an old formulation, but it's a good one. I will never allow the world's largest, greatest state sponsor of terrorism to have a nuclear weapon. Again, it seemed to me to be leading toward striking. And it's hard to believe that Witkoff is going to pull a rabbit out of a hat on Thursday when he talks to the Iranians. I did want to say a word about Venezuela.
Please.
Yeah.
What did he talk about? He talked about Iran, NATO, Venezuela.
And nothing about the opposition, nothing about Machado, some
nothing,
speculated that she might be
Venezuela,
there.
He said they have a bright new beginning, and we are, quote, working closely with their new president, Delcy Rodriguez. Now, that is not American policy. Delcy Rodriguez is not president. She cannot possibly be the legitimate president. She follows on from Maduro, who's in our prisons, and we viewed as an illegitimate president. So, I mean, in a sense, he's just not following his own policy, unless, which I doubt, he now is announcing a policy change is going to treat her as president. I mean, the reason we don't have an ambassador accredited to her is she's not the legitimate president of Venezuela. But you're right, nothing about the opposition, nothing about we want new elections, nothing about Maria Corina Machado. So all of that is really disturbing. The most disturbing part of it was his kind of lauding the regime remnants who are now in power.
Is that a matter of daylight between President Trump and, let's say, the folks who are more assiduously focused on Venezuela, the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, other folks who do seem to know and care a lot about how to apply leverage, how to kind of work our way towards a transition? Does the president just not care about that? Is he just not engaged?
I think if you asked Rubio to state the policy, he could speak for a few minutes and describe it. I don't think the president can do that. And what he said tonight, and again, don't they have any fact checkers? Is just wrong. It's not U.S. policy. It was interesting to me that he lauded Rubio that way. It was interesting partly because he was standing in front of J.D. Vance, and he did not actually treat Vance that way. He could have. So I just, I think of that both in terms of foreign policy, where they have, Rubio and Vance have different views, and in terms of 2028. If you want good news, though, it's worth saying he did say that the NATO allies are our friends and allies, and he didn't mention Greenland. We should be thankful for that.
Yes.
That does seem to be completely behind us now.
All right. Well, that strikes me as a somewhat low bar when it comes to a president talking about foreign policy. It's like, well, at least he didn't talk about invading Greenland this time. I'm curious what you said about Iran and striking Iran and what you think that's going to look like, because we now seem to have, might not be a matter of U.S. policy, but we do now have a model when it comes to that stems from Venezuela in terms of dealing with Delcy Rodriguez. Axios reported that Marco Rubio is talking to Fidel Castro's grandson. It seems like some sort of similar deal there where we could deal with some sort of different version of the communist regime. But I'm wondering if a strike against Iran, we're not talking about a limited strike like we saw during the 12-day war. We have an armada there. We're looking at something more serious than that. We're looking at perhaps a prolonged air campaign against the Islamic Republic. Is that what you're saying?
No, I actually don't think that he wants to do that. I think he would like to do what he did last time, or what he did in Venezuela, or the killing of Soleimani, which is you announce it when it's over, and then it is over. And I think that if we do that, we will have the Omanis, Qataris, Turks pass messages to Iran saying, this is like last time. This is not a campaign. We're not trying to do regime change. So watch out how you respond to this. And of course, they didn't respond really in the last round, Midnight Hammer. And I think the Great Armada is partly to say to them, don't do it. If you kill Americans, you're done. Don't do it. So I think that's what he would like to have happen. And then you can say, they rebuilt, so I had to destroy what they rebuilt. And now we can go back to negotiations, and I'll send Witkoff again. I don't know that will work. They may respond more aggressively because two things are different now. One is last June happened, and two, you've had the war with Israel and the uprising. Mm-hmm. So the regime is feeling weak, and I don't know whether they would fear that if they didn't respond, they will look even weaker. The danger, of course, there is maybe they don't respond against us. They respond against the Gulf Arabs, or they respond against Israel.
Yeah.
And in the case of Israel, if they hit Israel, Israel is going to hit them back, and then it does continue for more days.
But do you see the strikes? So do you see the strikes taking place against the nuclear sites again, or was he hinting at something more like what we did in Venezuela, more of a decapitation of the regime? You think it's more of just a targeting of the nuclear sites again?
I think it's a targeting of nuclear and missile sites.
Yeah.
Again, not with decapitation at the start, but again, if they kill Americans, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
Then I think people will go for the jugular.
It does seem as though, one conversation you hear is about the prospect of a military coup, of the IRGC seizing control of the Iranian state. And it sounds as though, we're not especially concerned about who is doing what, or, if that is what unfolds, provided their ability to attack U.S. interests is degraded. Is that a fair characterization of where these guys are coming from?
And provided if there is a new government, the president doesn't care, whether it's democratic or repressive or what it is, as long as they do what we want them to do. If there were a military coup in Iran and the new government said, we don't want nuclear weapons, we're going to have the IAEA come in and disassemble everything, we're going to break with Russia and China, I think the president would say, fine. The problem with this, and the problem with the deal, if we get a deal, is that it constitutes a lifting, or brings a lifting of sanctions. If you do that now, you are completely abandoning the people of Iran. I mean, we are now 42 or 3 days from those protests and the murder of tens of thousands of people. We're going to do a deal with the regime and start lifting sanctions. It's really disgraceful. I would say again, I don't think any good deal, any real deal is possible. I don't think the regime will make the real concessions it needs to.
You've been willing to criticize, but also to praise the president. He has made some bold foreign policy decisions his predecessors would not have on Iran, on a range of other issues. So for you, 2026, what does a successful Trump foreign policy look like? What are the 2 or 3 things you'd want to see him do that you see as broadly consistent with his worldview, with his, kind of his gut?
Well, there's nothing inconsistent about having a better relationship with NATO, and what he said today suggests he's not averse to that. I would like to see him elevate more the defense of the United States as opposed to mercantilist transactions, for example, with China. He seems to be very concerned about his April visit to Xi Jinping and about keeping relations with China on an even keel. We had a pretty good consensus in this country that the great threat to us is China. And he seems to be moving away from that. It's one of the interesting things about his 2-hour speech tonight. He did not say that we're in the middle of the greatest war in Europe since World War II. And when he mentioned Ukraine for about 1 minute, he did not say that the cause of the war was Russian aggression. And he really said, did he say the word China? This is the greatest challenge to the United States in the 21st century. Absent.
It was
totally.
striking.
Yes.
Striking.
Yeah. I want to go back to what you said earlier about they kill Americans, all bets are off. What does that look like exactly?
I think it looks like a greater attack on their military that is destroying as much of it as we can, first. Second, it may look like some kind of attack on economic targets, for example, their ability to export oil, which is the key thing. And it may look like trying to decapitate the regime. I don't know if we know or if the Israelis know where the supreme leader is hiding, and he is hiding. But they did a pretty good job, the Israelis, in taking out a lot of people at the top of the regime. We could be trying to do that too. That is, if they, let's say, sink an American ship and kill a lot of American sailors, then I think the idea that the president might try to bring down the regime becomes much more real. In that case, nobody is going to blame him for a greater effort.
Say the IRGC did take control of Iran. Is there a universe where the IRGC, an IRGC-run government, again, a government run by an organization that we have designated a terrorist organization, is more moderate, is more conciliatory, is more willing to make a deal with Trump? Do you see that as some sort of plausible outcome here?
Well, I wouldn't dismiss it. That is, it depends on whether you think they are all, deeply religious believers, or whether they would say, look, what we need to do is stay in power, hang together, or literally hang separately.
Keep the racket going.
Yeah.
Keep the racket going. So what do we need for that? We need to get the Americans to lift sanctions. Above all, that's what we need. So let's make this deal. Let them take the nuclear stuff out. We don't need that for internal controls. If Trump will let us do the internal controls, then we can make the rest of these deals. I don't think that's impossible. I think it's immoral. I think it's a complete abandonment of the people of Iran. But I don't think it's completely impossible.
All right. Elliott, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate your time. Next up, we're joined by Peter Savodnik, senior editor at the Free Press, and Eliana Johnson, editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon, one of the great publications. Guys, what'd you make of that? Peter, yeah, you can start.
Look, it's an election year, so the only thing that really matters insofar as the election is concerned is, does Donald Trump and by extension the Republican Party look better or worse than before the speech? And I think in that regard, he was adequately inoffensive. He was Trump. It was the Trump show, and there was all the ad-libbing stuff and the kind of the New York City demeanor and the kind of gruffness, but also the kind of the surliness and the comedy and all that. I think that people are by now very familiar with. I don't think he alienated, like a large number or even like any sizable number of voters in, the suburbs of Atlanta or Phoenix or Philly or any other place where elections are going to be competitive this year. So in that regard, I think it was probably not damaging to Republicans. I don't know that it was as strong as it could have been or as helpful as it could have been.
Again, we have the low bar issue. It's
very
like
low.
No invasion of Greenland didn't make Republican odds worse. But I'm wondering, Eliana, do you think do you have a more positive take on this? Do you think
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Look, I have criticisms of the speech. I have criticisms of his message on the economy, some criticisms of his message on Iran. But I actually thought that the speech was quite successful by what I think Trump's metrics were. And I liked it. I thought he hit his big issues, which were the economy and immigration. He successfully, I think, refocused the issue of immigration away from the Minneapolis fiasco and back onto criminal illegal immigrants as well as fraud. These guys went into Minneapolis supposedly because of fraud, and it turned into a spiraling story about ICE murdering American citizens. And you could see the president trying to reel that back in and refocus the message tonight. Number two, he addressed Iran and tried to make a case to the American people for what seems like forthcoming military action. I think that was important, at least telling the American people that Iran is responsible for the murder of Americans, and that by his light, it's important Iran not get a nuclear weapon. And number three, and I think most important, should probably be number one, he bookended the speech with things that left me, and I think all Americans, normal people who are going to take this in clips, feeling positive and good about the country. He started it bringing in the hockey players, and he ended it by giving out these 2 medals of honor. And I think it was symbolic that they were given, one to somebody who was 100 years old and a member of the greatest generation for heroics in the Korean War, and 2, the second one, the second one was given to the 100-year-old. The first one was given to a member of Gen Z for heroics in this Maduro capture. And how can you not feel positive and good about those things? And when he talked about those things, he highlighted things that genuinely are great about this country. And I thought he actually stuck the landing at the end, talking about America at 250, and that this is just the beginning for what is a great country, and that the golden age of America is upon us. I mean, who couldn't like that? So he gets high marks from me. If you want to talk about the criticisms, happy to do that. But overall, I give it a thumbs up.
Well, I'm curious, so Peter and Eliana, I'm curious. So Eliana touched on the refocusing, the kind of, resetting the table on immigration, focusing on where he wants to focus, foreign policy. He did endeavor to make the case for military action against Iran. But let's zero in on trade and the cost of living. There's no question that the president has experienced real erosion on those issues. Unemployment remains relatively low. We certainly are not in a recession just yet. Inflation, look, I mean, there's a lot of anxiety that inflation is headed back up, right? There's real concern about this. So, Peter, I wonder, the president was saying the economy is great, right? It's the best it's ever been. It's this, it's that. But do you think that he really was able to craft an effective message on that? What did you take away?
Yeah, I don't think that he countered this kind of metastasizing feeling that there's a great deal of sort of economic uncertainty. The most interesting thing he said about the economy, which I wish he would have gone into more, I'm not sure that the president fully grasped what he was getting at, was when he talked about the tariffs, and he was really kind of getting at the tariff as becoming the sales tax that's meant to replace the income tax, right? And so it's the shift from equity to efficiency, and that is very interesting. It's in keeping with longstanding conservative policy, and I think there's a good argument to be made for that. And actually, he was kind of not. He was more than nodding at that. He was kind of like scratching the surface of that. And I think he could have gone further there. I mean, one of the interesting themes that courses through this speech is that there are these moments where he kind of flicks at Ronald Reagan. I mean, the peace through strength moment was emblematic of this, but he never really kind of goes all the way. He never harkens back because he's constantly straddling. He wants to be a conservative and a populist at the same time. He wants to be of the Republican tradition and at the same time revolting against it. Will, it's a little bit apropos what you were saying earlier, where everything is great except for what the president has touched. There's this strange kind of bifurcation about everything with Trump. So with regard to the economy, Ryan, I thought that the stuff on the tariffs was the most interesting. The way he handled the Supreme Court having shot down the unilateral tariffs was I mean, again, adequately deft. He didn't sound too bitter. I think there was some wondering whether he would have a nasty word for Gorsuch. He did not. So I guess in that respect, he rose above slightly expectations. But more substantively, what was interesting was this idea of this shift away from an income tax toward a sales tax, which I do think is fascinating, and I would love to hear more about.
Eliana, I wonder if you have any thoughts. You said that you might have approached the economic message differently. So where do you think that he didn't get it quite right?
Yeah, I think some of his numbers were not quite right, although I'm not sure how closely, the average person's going to be tracking that. His number on gas, I'm not sure, gas under $2 a gallon is not really tracking with what I'm seeing. But the larger point is he said this has been a turnaround for the ages and the economy is roaring again. I'm not sure that's consistent with what we are seeing in polls where people are registering disapproval, and it's Republicans who don't identify as MAGA and independents. And President Trump and Republicans need these voters if they're going to succeed in the midterms. And what I think he needed to do, the missing piece of this, is something I'm not sure this president is constitutionally capable of doing, which is to say, we still have a ways to go. We're working on it. We're not all the way there. I understand that people are hurting.
Yes. Yes.
He's not quite capable of delivering a message that says, hey, we're just getting started. We're 20% of the way there and we've got 80% to go. He can only really say we've achieved 120% of what we set out to accomplish. And it's only been 12 months. So I think that might be, asking too much given who the man is, but that is actually the message that I think voters need to hear, analyzing this from a purely political perspective.
Yeah, I think your original point, though, Eliana, I think was really well taken about how he wove the heroes and the medal giving throughout the speech. Let us celebrate these great Americans, wrapping himself in the flag. I do feel like, he is leaning into a real natural Republican advantage there, which is just the embrace of patriotism, the put out more flags aspect that Democrats, particularly on the left, can be a little bit less comfortable with. But
Well, I would just say we saw that I'm sure we all saw this New York Times article today from The Athletic that criticized the hockey players for attending the speech. But then when they came in during the speech, like all the Democrats stood up most of them stood up to applaud them. And then basically all of them stood up when the president said, and the women's team will be visiting the White House as well, because really it's something that basically all normal Americans feel proud of. And I think the president was right to channel that in the speech.
Yeah. And it's something that trips up Democrats, as we saw in that New York Times article. It's insane to not be proud of the American hockey team. That picture
or to
of
criticize
Jack Hughes.
them for embracing their country regardless of who's president.
Yeah, of course. You don't really want hockey players to be political. You don't really want athletes to be political in general, generally speaking. I know not everybody shares that opinion, but I would say that that is a majority opinion. I do feel like there were some successes tonight in terms of the patriotic, rousing, good Americans, let us celebrate these great Americans. Again, I don't love the handing out the medals of honor at a State of the Union speech. I don't like mixing what is essentially a political event with something like that. I think it tarnishes it a little bit.
I realize the more sophisticated take is that, ultimately very few people are watching the 2 hours. It's all about the clips. It's all about the moments. I get that. But man, Peter, Eliana, so you guys both thought that 2 hours was totally
No.
maybe I'm just a
No.
cranky middle-aged
like-
man who likes to go to bed at 9.
Instagram at the
It's
end.
too long.
Way
Sorry.
too long.
Yeah,
Way too
yeah.
long. But didn't you guys feel like, the bookends really channeled his talent for showmanship, but it almost had the feel of, an Oprah's Greatest Things or The Price is Right, where it was like, you get a Medal of Honor and you get a Medal of Honor and you get a Medal of Freedom. And then one guy got an uncle. Back from Venezuela. So it did have a little bit of that feel, but that's the president who's
And all the
greatest
babies
showman
give-
and communicator, maybe in the history of the United States.
And all the babies get money. He's
Yeah.
throwing
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
around. Yeah. It's nice to
And
have.
the IVF mom gets the prescription.
The IVF mom, that was a real moment.
Yeah.
That was something right there. All right, Peter and Eliana, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thanks,
night.
guys.
We really appreciate you staying up late. We apologize for the president going so long. Now we're joined by Free Press reporter Gabe Kaminsky and Racket News founder Matt Taibbi. Guys, how you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
There you are. All right, now you're showing up. Matt Taibbi, what'd you make of that speech?
So I've seen a lot of unsuccessful, meandering, bad Donald Trump speeches on the campaign trail and elsewhere. I thought comparatively this was a very successful speech. I'm a little bit surprised actually by some of the criticisms by some of your other guests. For Donald Trump, when he's not being crazy, when he's not talking about invading Greenland, and when he's reorienting his message around the thing that got him elected last year, which is to relentlessly hammer the theme that he and his party are America firsters, and that the other party has difficulty applauding for things like religion or patriotism. That's when he wins, and I think he did a very good job tonight with that. For Donald Trump, I think that was a very successful speech.
So because he was so obsessively focused with making the case about protecting the country from danger, is that the kind of core of it?
Well, look, he won the 2024 election fairly comfortably using these exact themes. And what's hurt him in the time period since has been a series of scandals involving overreach in the First Amendment. He's lost a considerable amount of ground on his core issue of immigration, and he went to great lengths to try to reassert his advantage there. You have to remember that neither party right now is very popular. So these little advantages in certain issues matter quite a lot. And when Trump sticks to the things, to the areas where he does have an advantage, like DEI, immigration, the trans issue, he had a moment there in the speech tonight, he wins. It's a moment where neither party has a lot of popularity, and I think the messaging for this situation was good.
So Matt, before we turn to Gabe, I do want to know, what is your sense of what the left ought to be doing, given that President Trump has been shrewd, refocusing, these are the issues that kind of galvanized his plurality in 24. What do you think that they ought to be doing in order to kind of regain ground?
Well, if you look at the polling with Democrats, you see that the number of people within the party who feel positively about Democrats is lower than it's ever been, according to a poll that started in 2001. And the reason for that is, 4 in 10 of the people in the party feel they're not going aggressively enough against Donald Trump, and 1 in 10 feel that they're not articulating a message clearly enough. I think it's much more the latter is the problem. They're properly focusing on things like affordability when the last year was not great for the economy. The year started off well for Trump, but 2025 was not great. The problem, the area where they have real trouble on the left is letting go of issues that are total losers politically, like the trans issue, and the immigration issue, frankly, right? Like they've managed to turn it around because Donald Trump is overplaying his hand with the ICE raids. But otherwise, what happened under the Biden administration was extremely unpopular. So I think they need to let go of the things that are hurting them and focus on the economic issues.
Gabe, I want to ask you, we're looking at a midterm where the vast majority of people think that at the very least, Democrats are going to retake the House of Representatives. I mean, it would be an astounding feat if the Republicans were able to hold on to the House.
And the Senate seems to be within reach.
The Senate is within reach. It's going to be tough. It's going to rely on states. It's going to rely on defeating Susan Collins, who's you earlier accurately described as the Terminator. Wins in Alaska, wins in Texas. These are difficult things. But Gabe, I'm wondering, after tonight's speech, do you expect any kind of bump for Republicans, any jolt of hope or anything like that? Is there any sense after that speech that Republicans are in better standing as they head into the November midterms?
I think that I would say that one thing about the speech, I was expecting Trump to be calling on Congress to pass his tariffs, which expire in 150 days. That did not happen. And I mean, my main thought is I feel like he did not do that because he recognizes that that's an issue that it's not exactly easy for Republicans, and particularly in the House, to be running on in the elections. I mean, they got struck down by the courts in a lot of these states, affordability being the primary issue, terrorists driving up costs, particularly manufacturing. In Trump world, some of the main reactions I had gotten, one Trump advisor told me they were surprised he stuck to the script as much. I think that script was a former Trump advisor was sort of talking about how they, were very pleased with him being high energy, which they defined as like the best thing possible. I think that he was touting his some of his fiscal accomplishments and then vowing to do more in certain ways, which did work to his benefit. So he announced this AI announcement related to data centers. So telling major companies that they have an obligation to pay for their own power needs. AI is a huge issue in the midterms. He did not talk about AI very much. AI super PACs are spending hundreds of millions of dollars. It's dividing the parties in pretty unique ways.
It could stand to wipe out every entry-level white-collar job in America, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
and beyond that.
That's the argument of Republicans. And I know I was speaking the State of the Union was wrapping up, I was speaking with Kellyanne Conway's polling firm, and they were pointing me to how they do believe that AI data center initiative is actually really crucially important for at least his message as far as moving the economy forward. They think that that's an issue in communities where they're concerned about rising electricity costs, water costs, and they think that. So I think he touched on AI and that worked to his benefit, but he definitely could have.
It's also keeping the economy afloat. Kind of also CapEx. Kind of this is something where if you remove that stool, it could be ugly.
Right. Yeah. I am sort of struck, though, by the fact that we didn't, these two massive issues, China and AI, he did sidestep, essentially. Narrowed in on the data centers, but it was amazing what he didn't say. Like with Charlie Parker, the notes he didn't play.
Yeah.
That was the interesting stuff there. Was that Charlie Parker? Am I getting that jazz guy right?
I'm afraid my command of jazz is limited.
Yeah, but
I can scat for you though.
Yeah,
all right. Can revisit that.
When we hit the real after show, Reihan here is going to scat for everybody. But I do feel, would you guys agree? This is my main takeaway from the speech. In that 2 hours, there was a pretty good 40-minute speech. I'm throwing that to both of you.
I think that what he succeeded at. So this speech was written by Vince Haley, who's Trump's domestic policy council head, and Vince Haley's the architect of Trump's America 250 initiative. It's really like his baby, and I think you could really see that in the speech that Vince wrote. Like Trump was trying to orchestrate this vision of patriotism. The most unifying moment easily of that speech was the hockey moment. I mean, that was like the only time that both sides stood. Actually, the only other time people all stood up was the stock trading mention where Elizabeth Warren.
You even had Elizabeth Warren on video. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think he succeeded in that regard. I think that where he did not succeed was the granulars. There's a former Trump advisor who told me this that I'll just read. He said, he touted his accomplishments as he should and rightly blamed Democrats for the economic hole he is digging us out of. But I wish there was more acknowledgement to Americans who are not yet feeling economic relief. I would have liked to hear a message to those pocketbook voters who are still feeling squeezed. It's interesting perspective as someone who, former advisor to Trump, who does think that he could have been more granular on economy.
Right. I mean, there's the affordability issue, but which is another thing that he didn't quite get into. But it seems like the president's powers to lower prices right now extremely limited, and there was a tacit acknowledgement of that in the speech.
I do think that the idea of acknowledging to say that we're making progress, but there's more to be done. Matt, I do want to, while we have you, just ask you a little bit about the politics of AI, the data centers, and what have you. This seems incredibly potent, and I wonder, is your mental model that this is going to look like a kind of horseshoe? There are going to be populists on the right and left, kind of going after the hyperscalers, after these companies, and then there's going to be a kind of establishment that does not. I will say that I'm personally kind of a booster. I'm just a believer that this is going to be important. It's important that we're ahead of the Chinese. It's important that kind of we embrace it. But I'm curious if that's where you see things heading, like an all-out, bipartisan populist revolt against this wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's already dealing with a bipartisan populist revolt on other issues, involving Israel and some other things, which is new. The podcasting world is divided in a way that it wasn't when he won the election. The AI issue is a significant one for his financial backers. You have to remember that was the turning point that led to him essentially getting corporate backers for the 2024 stretch run. Was when the Silicon Valley got briefed by the Biden administration about their plans for AI, and that was when there was a row of defections to Trump that were highly significant to him in terms of his ability to compete that summer. So, I don't know exactly how it's going to play. I think he can offset some of that issue by stressing, if the numbers continue to be good on the job front, for instance. There were 130,000 new jobs in January, which is almost as many as there were all of last year. If anything like that pace continues, it'll be easier for him to massage that issue somehow heading into the midterms.
We'll see how it pays out. Matt, Taibbi, Gabe Kaminsky, thank you so much for joining us tonight and staying up late. Quickly, I want to go to Ed O'Keefe, CBS News' senior White House and political correspondent, my old friend, who was in the House chamber for the speech. Ed, it's always a thrill to see you. Ed, did we lose you?
No, I'm
Ed,
here,
you're
bro.
back.
Brother Will, how are you?
Ed, I'm doing amazing. How are you? How is the House floor? What was that like in that room? Do you feel the electricity?
You sure could. Flanked here by the legs of Barry Goldwater and Daniel Webster, Will. I can tell you that it played out in the chamber as you might have expected. Obviously, lots of unity at different points. The president really should consider hitting the road with the hockey players. That was definitely a highlight. They should open for him at every stop he makes between now and November because it'll help. If you've been in the House chamber and if you've seen above the C-SPAN cameras, you know that there are all these doors to the different areas where guests can sit. And the president literally used the room like a variety show set. Behind door 1 were the hockey players. Behind door 2 was the Venezuelan political prisoner. Behind door 3 was the helicopter pilot who came out to get the Medal of Honor. And then the 2 elderly 100-year-old military veterans who got theirs as well. So, those were the emotional highs. Obviously, it got real ugly during the conversations about immigration, the so-called war on fraud that he is now having the vice president lead. He goaded the most liberal of Democrats in the room, and they took the bait, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib especially, at various points as he talked about removals and about fraud, saying you're a liar. Ilhan Omar said in response to him calling on so-called Somali pirates for all the alleged fraud in Minnesota. And then when he talked about the removals, they shouted, but you killed Americans, you shot Americans, as the Republicans tried to drown them out with applause. So that perhaps emblematic of the kind of divisions we've seen, obviously, but he doubled down on his defense of the deportation policy and the idea that those that are here illegally and those certainly that have committed crimes need to go. And what you can't appreciate as you watch it because of the two-dimensional nature of the coverage, but what you can see from the side is that when he speaks from the lectern, he says what he says in front of the mic, and then he backs up like he's just lobbed a verbal grenade across the chamber floor and wants to see the blast radius not hit him. It's just this incredible thing that he does in this setting that you don't necessarily see him do at campaign rallies, but it's totally designed to infuriate the Democrats, get the folks at home jazzed up and motivated if you're someone who supports him, and then obviously infuriate those that don't. And, you know, we'll see how it resonates with the American public as the days progress.
Were you able to talk to any lawmakers? Did you just talk to anybody who just, Reihan and I were both joking about Fidel Castro due to the speech's length. Is there anyone, did John Thune just look like, oh God, I could have been home an hour ago. What is this?
I think we need to once again credit members of the Supreme Court for how stone-faced they sit throughout this entire speech, as they do every year.
Yeah.
And as they did, especially when he called them out for what he called that very unfortunate ruling on tariffs. There had been some suggestion through the White House earlier in the day that he might have gotten a little more personal or piqued about that with them there in the room. But obviously with them sitting right there in the front row, that didn't happen. And they, again, just stayed stone-faced throughout the entire speech, perhaps only Justice Kavanaugh smiling every so often. But, that seems like a natural human reaction, especially if you're on that side of the court. So beyond them, I will tell you that the first lawmaker I ran into on my way out was Chris Coons of Delaware, of course, the senator who succeeded Joe Biden there in the upper chamber. And I said, "What you think?" And he made an interesting observation. He said, here on the 4th anniversary of the war in Ukraine beginning, he said less about the war in Ukraine and more about a Ukrainian-American woman who was killed on a bus in Charlotte. And he said nothing, Coons observed, about Vladimir Putin specifically, but just the ongoing human toll of the conflict. And he just sort of shook his head in disbelief and said, and yet that is the president we have. So a notable observation from at least one Democrat I spoke to on my way over here. Others quite upset with what he had to say, again, about immigration, about alleged fraud, and about health care. This push that the president was making there, one they don't agree with, and believe ultimately they can help win back control of the House with come November.
Forgive me, Ed. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit, zooming out from the speech itself, to the mood among Republican lawmakers. If I were a Republican lawmaker right now, I might, particularly from a swing state or from a swing district, I might be feeling rather vulnerable. And it did seem as though in the last few weeks, there was this sense that the president was a little less bulletproof, that if you were an elected Republican, you might offer some criticism on this or that issue. What is your read about the extent to which some Republicans are thinking about how to distance themselves, carve out their own political identity, find some way to maybe get out of the blast radius, given that the president's approval ratings have seen better days?
There are two moments that kind of stick out. First of all, I'm going to be really curious to see what the public reaction in polling and in just sort of how it gets talked about in the zeitgeist in the coming days is to that doubling down and that vociferous, partisan, designed to tick off the Democrats' approach he took regarding his immigration policy. Is that just a base motivator, or does that do anything to remind independents who voted for him why they did? I thought it was interesting that he very explicitly reminded America and the world and Congress, I don't need Congress to pass a law on tariffs because I can do it myself, which legally he can. But politically, to your point, I have a feeling there were a handful of House Republicans there going, thank goodness I don't have to take an up or down vote on that, but I can perhaps put some rhetorical space between me and him should this continue to poll poorly, as it certainly does right now. I think it was about 63% in the most recent CBS News poll are opposed to the tariffs that he's put in place. And another 6 in 10 or so believe he has spent way too much time on that issue at the expense of focusing on inflation and other economic concerns. So, I think you'll see, and I'll admit I ran here because I was so desperate to talk to you guys that I haven't had a chance myself to speak with any Republicans. But I think you're right that is one place where you're going to continue to see them put some space, especially if his numbers don't move much in the coming days, as you would think traditionally would go out and start selling this a little bit. I've been wondering, and we'll have to spend some time reporting this out in the coming weeks, if they're going to have a challenge finding members and finding places in the country that he can go to where he can draw a big enough crowd to make his points. He's going to make a stop later this week, for example, in Texas, but beyond, and that's ahead of the primary, and that's designed to focus on the economy. But where else is he going to go as the primaries begin, and as there may or may not be Republicans who want to be seen with him? It'll be curious to watch.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because they have been talking about, the White House has been talking about essentially treating this as a presidential election year, barnstorming the country. Of course, there's going to be a lot of Republicans who are not going to welcome that. I'm wondering how much the president, in his heart of hearts, yes, he is a lame duck. He is, this is his last term, whatever he says to the contrary. How much he cares, given how this presidency has been built around executive orders in so many ways, how much he cares about Republicans retaining control of Congress in November.
There have been suggestions that he doesn't care as much because he's still there, right? And he'll still have 2 years.
Yeah.
But I think he knows, and he's going to likely bring it up at times on the trail, that were you to hand over control, you're going to potentially lead to a real acrimonious time in this town and in this country, with Democrats controlling maybe one, maybe both, but certainly at this point, if it were held today, one chamber, and with their ability to subpoena and investigate and whatnot, that would create problems for him, obviously. And he has, what I find most interesting is he says one of the quiet parts out loud, which is that historically, an incumbent president's party doesn't do well in November. Yeah. And he sort of says that in a way that's designed to scare and motivate his base and remind them that if you don't show up, history will repeat itself. But help me defy history by showing up. And to you guys' point, will there be enough Republicans who want to be seen with him, who want that extra lift from him to get enough voters to show up in, parts of Texas, North Carolina, certainly just north of you guys in the New York suburbs? Will they want that association or not? Time will tell, but right now I don't think many of them would.
As a matter of raw political calculation, I think almost if I'm J.D. Vance, if I'm Vice President Vance, I'm running for president, I kind of want somebody to run against, and I kind of would like the idea of running against Congress. There seems to be sort of like mixed incentives here. Yes, they'll launch investigations. Yes, they could go for another impeachment push, though I'm not sure if they're going to want to do that again. Reihan, final thoughts.
Well, look, I think Eliana made a pretty compelling point.
She did.
That, just really focusing in on the threat of criminal aliens, really saying that this is what the immigration enforcement agenda is about, after it felt as though the administration had lost the plot. And the fact that, yes, it was a long speech, but really hammering at that struck me as plausible. And maybe that's something that unifies Republicans in Congress and beyond. That didn't seem crazy. But I've got to say, it just, I know Trump is Trump, but the speech felt more diffuse and loose and a lot longer than it might have been. It didn't feel as crisp and sharp. So while I think that, Eliana was right, that, immigration refocusing was the right thing to do, more broadly, I guess we'll see if this was a lost opportunity or not. Because I do think that, Republicans need something to rally around. And, we'll see if President Trump gave that to them with the State of the Union address.
Ed, before we leave you got to commute home through what I understand is now the safest city in America. But final thoughts, your final takeaway on this speech with regards to the midterms, with regards to the speech, really anything that you want to say to just kind of like wrap this up, put a bow on it.
I think one thing to remember with this White House specifically is watch the social media feed in the coming 24 to 36 hours and how they cut up those feel-good moments, especially for wider digital consumption. And then see if he does that as well with the way he taunted Democrats, especially on the issue of immigration and to some extent on this war on fraud, as the White House is now calling it. This White House, more than any other before it, and understandably, look at what we're doing right here. This is digital, obviously, understands that increasingly that's where the voters are. And so they'll be less concerned with what the front page looks like, less concerned with who shows up on network morning shows, and more concerned about how is this being consumed, analyzed, and processed by voters in the social space in the coming days. And what does that do to help or hurt House Republicans, as you mentioned? And also, again, normally a president would be out on the road starting tomorrow, aggressively pushing this agenda and buoying fellow Republicans. That isn't in the cards for most of this week. Why or why not? Is that because of him? Is that because the Republicans don't want to spend the time with him? Is that because of the focus on things like figuring out Iran and other things? Either way, that's a potential missed opportunity if he isn't out there amplifying that in the coming days. And we see no plans necessary for like the cabinet to be out there doing that either. Again, maybe this is a new strategy that they're trying. We'll just have to wait and see. And again, I'll be curious. If you were an independent who voted for him in part because of border security, and you've seen how things have played out, and then you see that strong defense of that policy tonight, does that make you like him more? Does that make you stand with him? Or does that make you still think, yeah, but all those other things that have happened, especially in Minnesota, give me pause and make me think I got to look at somebody else? We'll see. Long time to go between now and November. But guys, we lived through the record longest State of the Union address. We'll have to tell the grandkids one day all about it.
Ed O'Keefe, one of the most astute political reporters in America, thank you so much for joining us today. Reihan, you want to see us out?
Well, that's it. It's a good solid 3 hours after my bedtime.
Yeah.
That is all we have for you tonight. Will and I are both bereft, just drained, but we do want to thank our wonderful, wonderful guests, David Litt, or as I like to call him, Getting Lit, Sarah Isgur, Representative Dean Phillips, the once and forever Minnesota kind of tumbleweed, Brianna Wu, May the Mailman, Rui Teixeira, Elliott Abrams, Peter Savadnik, Eliana the Hammer Johnson, Matt Taibbi, Gabe Kaminsky, and Edward, or Edwin, or Edwith O'Keefe. And most of all, my fantastic Will Rahn. Will you Rahn away with me? Thank you so much for allowing me to share this beautiful stage with you.
You know, at this point, my level of grumpiness, I would suggest you Rahn for your life. All right, it's been a long night, folks. Thanks for everyone who tuned in. Thanks for sharing this night with us. You can check out upcoming live streams at thefp.com/livestream. You're going to want to watch them all. Become a subscriber today. Don't miss a thing. CBS viewers who are watching us, come over, check it out. You'll like it. You'll disagree with some of it. You'll agree with some of it. Some of it will irritate you. Some of it will delight you. It's a good website. Go check it out. Reihan Salam, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant as always. A brilliant patriot. And our producing team here, amazing. The heroes of the evening. Thank you so much. Everyone at home, have a blessed evening. Good night. Get some sleep.